Hey, hey, hey! My name is not Albert, though. Alright, I'm going to start at the top and see who we have. We have Dennis Stewart, Garrett, Furvids, KJ, JC, 74, Joe Minnick, Jim Thompson. You've got a package coming. Raymond, welcome. Billy. Joseph. Michael Rose. Vanessa Homesteads, welcome. Captain Vic. Mike Schleiz. I think we've got pretty much everybody I've seen. So if you are new and not sure what we're doing, I have these drinks that are cold in my fridge. I've actually got one out. So you will put in the chat the drink that you think I'm drinking tonight, and also a year of the oldest nickel in the box, or coin. Just to give you a hint, we usually find clear down into the 40s, so you'll want to probably guess 40s or older. Because if you guess 50s, you're probably not going to get right. But Argent, Lyle, welcome. But at the end of the night, we find out who was the closest, or if you get it straight on, that sort of thing. And you get your name onto a name of wheels that is throughout the night. So it doesn't mean you win anything. If you are a winner on this, we had Jim Thompson sent a Marshmallow High. Awesome. But we do throughout the night guesses and stuff, and those are just entries onto the wheel of names. And if at the end of the night you get your name drawn, then you get a 1 ounce copper round free of charge. Hey EBH, Raoul, welcome. A couple newer names I haven't really seen, but can stick around and have a fire meeting. Okay. Make sure you get your drink and year in. My body is running correctly tonight, it looks like. We do have games and stuff that you can play, gamble and slots and adventure and all that. So you get points for being in the chat. I believe if you subscribe, if you haven't, it should automatically give you points. You too, Furvids. Good to see you. Good to see everybody here. We also have a 25 like, a 50 like, that sort of thing. Every 25 likes, we give away a copper round. Looks like we're already at 24 viewers and only 19 likes, so that means a few of you have not hit the like button. If you're on a digital device, you should be able to tap the screen twice, and it should put that thumbs up. So it makes it kind of easy when you just tap. Guilty as charged. Awesome. The bot is still pulling some random crap over, so I will have to go through and sort it. But that's about the usual. I haven't really wanted to mess with it because at least it's pulling over the names and years and drinks. So, do have 2 nickel boxes, and I believe 74 bought those. if I remember right. Yeah, 74. So 74 did, hopefully I can see it if you put it in. It looked like you wanted the coin packs or the 5-ounce rounds, so let me know on those what you would like, and I can get those made up. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to get the fines made up. Today's the 18th. I had bought a few 5-ounce rounds. I've got those listed. But I have like a tree of life with a little jewel. All the backs are the same, just a star. I have a white mountain tiger, Siberian tiger, I guess, I don't know. And the last one is a dragon and tiger. You can see those have high reliefs on them. So those are on my website. I did get a couple more, and unfortunately I thought I was buying a 5-ounce rounds. I did not look at the description, but I will get this one put on. These are 1-ounce rounds. You can see that it's got high relief on these also. A dragon, if it'll focus. Maybe. It did for a second. There we go. And you can see they are high relief. And the last one is a alligator. And these are all the same back. So I thought I was buying 5-ounce rounds. Unfortunately, I was not. So I'll have to figure out the price on those. Because I had them ready to be listed at 5-ounce rounds, and unfortunately when I got them I'm like, what? So I checked the listing and it did say 1 ounce, but I had bought those 5-ounce rounds from the same person, which is why I didn't pay attention to the thing, which unfortunately was my bad. Otherwise you'd have 6 5-ounce rounds, but oh well, that's what happens. So if you don't look at the listings then, or the information correctly, that's what happens. I see we have 27 likes, so we'll get that going. So on this, you enter exclamation GAW for giveaway. How many dragon rounds? I have the 5-ounce of that and the 1 ounce of that. Just that one wolf, unfortunately. 1 ounce wolf, 1 ounce alligator, and a 1 ounce dragon, and then the other 3 are 5-ounce, and those are on my website currently. I've just got to update the 5 to the 1 ounce and figure out a price, because I thought you would want to pay the 5-ounce price for them. So I ended up overspending, but that's my bad, and I'm not going to charge you guys way more. So I'll figure out a good price on those, and you live, you learn. I've already got 26 entries in. It's a little over 2.5 minutes. Exclamation GAW will get you in on the giveaway. I give away 1 ounce copper rounds. And if you win, you email me and I send you a code to my website. And I'll show that here. So you come to dadhuntscoins.com, you come to the copper tab, and you got all these 1 ounce copper rounds. At the bottom are the 5 ounce, and those are the 3 I put on. But you can get any one, so you can click on it, you can see the front and back, you add it to your cart, and then you put the discount code I give you and check out. You get free shipping, and that is all you have to do. So, let's get back to the other screen and see what that was. Jam Thompson sent 10 Dad Hunts Coins memberships, and that went to Vanessa Homesteads, D23, No 72, Copper Owl, Tim McKee, Dasmuth Justin, Sharon Vaughn, What's It To Ya, Silver Dragon, Coin Quester, and Tammy Rich Searching Silver. You guys now have emojis that you can play with. The dragon is and the mountain stuff is a high relief on it, so it's raised up a little bit. But this is the 1 ounce dragon that is available. I just haven't figured out the price. I also have a 1 ounce alligator and the 1 ounce blue wolf in an enchanted or a haunting forest. So those I have not listed yet, but the 3 I did get are on my website. That's the Tree of Life with a little jewel. You can see these are high relief. The Dragon Tiger and the White Siberian Mountain Tiger, I guess. So those 3 are on there. Fervid says he wants to buy a wolf. I will put that down and not list it. And I do have lots of other 1 and 5 ounce rounds on there. But Fervids, I have got that wolf set to the side. You can send me an email. Okay. Hey, Coin Quester, Callie Brown's fan. Everybody else that I've missed as you've been coming in, I've been back and forth between showing things. And it stopped at 30 seconds, so I'm going to resume entries. Exclamation GAW will get you in the drawing. I'll give that a few more seconds since it stopped. Argent sent 5 Dad Hunts Coins gift memberships, and that went to Callie's Browns fan, Kyle Reynolds, Maya's Coins, Kathy Keith, and JJ's Currency. Love the new strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. I've had it. I don't have it currently, I don't believe. Out of the Coke Cherry Float and the Pepsi Cherry Cream, I think the Pepsi one is much better than Coke, but the Coke's not bad. Alright, I'm going to close the entries. We have got 28 people in here. And the winner of 25 likes is Maple Leaf. 25 likes. MLN. Congratulations, Maple Leaf. You know what to do. If you don't, I'm sorry, since you've won before. All right. Vanessa, you've now got some points. I'm going to give you some more. You've now got 2 million points. I've added 2 million to you. Sounds good. And I do have the Canadian one figured out because when I first tried it, I found out that it was trying to charge people, probably because of the coupon code was good for basically US price. But I almost missed it. Well, you got in. Going to close the drinks here. Going to copy all of them because last time it deleted everybody. Open this up. Let's sort by name so I can get rid of all the junk. Because it pulled over some crap that we don't need. It was supposed to not pull over all of the hi whoever, hi whatever, hi whoever. And unfortunately it did. But that's okay. I'll have to keep playing with it, but at least it's pulling it over and I don't have to look through everything. All right. I don't think I see anybody that doesn't have it in. So the ones I have 74, AG, Argent, BH, Billy, Brian, Callie Brown's fan. I don't have a year for you, so if you want a year, put that in. Captain Vic, I have Civ 5 for Life. I don't show a year for you. I do have your drink, though. Dennis, Furvids, Garrett, JC, Jim, Thompson, Joe, Joseph, KJ, Lori, Lyle, MLN, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, New Marshall, Raul, Raymond, Thomas, Vanessa, and Wolf. Callie Brown's fans is 27. Alrighty. Civ 5, put 38. Lori, I've got yours. Alright. Now, let's sort it for the drink. I am showing one person. Can't buy the wolf, but I can help ship it. Well, thank you, Billy. The drink tonight was Coke Cherry Float, and I show one person. That was Argent Appeal. So if it wasn't anybody else, and I missed you, then I apologize. But Argent is going on the wheel ×2. As with anything, anytime you get something exactly on and you're the only one, so in this case Argent got it exactly on, and the correct one, he gets double entries. With the coins, same thing. If you're the only one that guesses the correct year, you get double entries. If there's two people that guess the same year, then, oh well. Oh, gotcha. So I only was able to get one more box, so I have two. 74 in here. I was going to say he was. It looks like you had bought both boxes. And I didn't see a note if you wanted the nickel, penny, or copper pack. Not seeing any enders. We did have a war ender not too long ago. Roll 16. To me, that's roll 16. Doesn't look super old. That one is one. That might be one. Both nickel packs. Okay. Well then, while we're doing it. Okay. I was going to say it didn't look too old, but hey, you never know. So for the Indians, I got a 36 out of Denver. And I try to get two different date and or mint marks. How about a 35 out of Denver? Get a V-nickel. Get you one of the nicer ones. How about a 1909? Average war nickel. We've got a 44 out of Philly. Here we go. And this is an AU. It's not BU, but it's an AU. This one is a 43 out of Philly. And before I seal the pack, I'm going to make your other one up. Like I said, I try not to give duplicates. And I'm out of staples. Luckily, I have more. If I can get into this stupid packaging. There we go. Should last me for about forever. As usual, pinch down the staples. I saw that being done and I was like, I like that. Alright, so you AU, a regular, 2 buffaloes, and a V-nickel. Let's set that to the side for now. Probably be after the stream that I make that other pack and get it kind of ready. That way we're a little more centered. Bring it down just a little bit so you can see more of the coin. Angle the light away from me. Alrighty. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to pull up the fines so we can have that ready. I set a reminder on my Outlook calendar at work to remind me at 5 that I have a live stream. And it was a good thing I did that because I was like, what? It's already 5? So I was like, oh, crap. There we go. It was a little bit fuzzy. I apologize. So I was like, so I got out of there. As usual, we'll pull out all the old 9s, the 24s, any 26s if we find them. We've only found 4 so far. We pull out any of the 50s, 40s, 30s, any of those. Also pull out 64 Denvers to look for the D over D. 63 Phillies to look for the triple die reverse, TDR. And those 15 new members, you have emojis that you, or emotes, or whatever they are, you can play with. And congratulations to the 15 new members. Oh, and that reminds me, we had Billy with the super chat. It was Jim Thompson and Argent, I believe, that donated memberships. So I try to remember to put like the membership donations and super chats and stuff as an entry on the wheel. It's not a pay to play, but I just figure it's an extra entry since you guys are being generous. I try to remember. Not all the time do I do, but you guys can always remind me too. When we have a coin to look for, mods will put a start guess, year guess thing, and then after a little bit, mod will usually put a stop sign. So if you're here and you see that, that's when you can enter your guesses. But I have a coin cam that I put the coin under, and you get to guess. The one thing you want to guess is it's going to be 50s or older. I don't yell at you. I'll just scold you really good. A harshly worded letter. Nope, you guys are great. I wouldn't be that way. Oh. And I forgot to take Jim Thompson's tip down. It's from a past stream. The Stern talking to, yeah. If you provide content, you're new, trying to grow or anything like that. Jim Thompson sent a high five. Thank you, Jim. So hair looks cool on that 5. Yeah, there's a lot of them that look awesome. My favorite is the Aztec calendar, and I have one for me, but all the rest are for sale. I do have a couple of them on there that you'll see like there's no case or anything, so I do put those usually for $1 less, since there is no case. I think I have like 60 different copper rounds, 1 ounce rounds listed. 63 Philly, that's the first one. That's a good sign. Excuse me. And I will get that hot sauce sent with your order. So I'll just include everything together into one package. I do have DHC's, the Hunter's Heat, the hot drop. It is a habanero, boot jolokia, and yellow Scotch bonnet are the main hot peppers in it. My mom picked up a few plants because I wanted to grow some more peppers to make some more of my own hot sauce. This one's a little bit sweeter. It's got cane sugar and I think brown sugar. It's not high fructose corn syrup stuff. Anyway, she picked up some habaneros, 2 habanero plants, and they didn't have a ghost pepper plant, but they did have a Tabasco. No reapers. So she picked up a Tabasco, so I'll have 2 habaneros and 1 Tabasco plant this year. Stuff I make is more of a smooth sauce. So I cook it, blend it, and then I put it through a sieve, and then I re-simmer it, and then after a while blend it again, and then re-sieve it, and all the stuff that I sieved out I take to my mom, and she freeze dries it. I've had Hungarian wax before, yeah. But she freeze dries it, and then the pulp that I strained out, and you grind it up. And at first, the stuff I make I called devil spit, and then the dried stuff is devil's dust. Finally have our first one. 2024 Denver. So, '64 Denver. Is tonight going to be another 2024 night? The other night we found half a roll of 2024s. We found 20. So yeah, I grind it up, and it's a powder, so you can sprinkle it on stuff, you can put it in things. So, and it's just as hot. The DHC hot sauce is, to me, I mean, it's got spice to it, but and it's just too sweet. Usually more than I like, but it's still good. But my stuff is usually more of the vinegar, lime juice, more, I guess, tart, instead of like the sweeter. Hey, B. Waller. Box is starting off slow, but that doesn't mean anything because we've had boxes that start off great and end up slow, and some that start slow and end up hot, some that are just kind of throughout the night, just kind of a constant. I'm behind on watching videos from people. I at least try to hit the like button, even though I haven't watched it yet. Well, that's just, life has been crazy with kids' games, and I was on call this weekend, and stuff like that. Had a father and son camp out thing. My son was in Lagoon, but I went with my stepdad. I couldn't stay in camp that night, but because I was on call, but I was able to go up and they had brisket and some stuff like that. But I try to, like I said, at least hit the like button before I forget and it gets too far down the road. And for those that are using my Amazon, thank you very much. $20.24. So it's really not anything like big. It's just you go to Dad Hunts Coins and click on the Amazon button, and it takes you to Amazon, and that's basically one extra step is all. And then I get a small percentage of shipped revenue. So it's like 1% usually, but there are some categories that give you more. I think like some beauty products, a couple others. If you do like Audible and stuff, they have what they call bounties. So if you sign up through my link and you don't have a Audible or something like that, it gives me, I think, $4 or something. But we get to do this. So this is where you can guess the year. 59 or older. The only time it's not that 59 or older is if it's a foreign. Sold some staplers. I don't know if I have staplers in my list. And it's not just things on the list, it's anything you buy. So even if you don't look at the lists or anything, like you're not looking for coin supplies, you're just looking for whatever, laundry detergent, whatever, any of that works. I've actually had more in Amazon than I have from all of my ad revenue, which, I mean, isn't much, but yeah, Vanessa, you'll want to guess 59 or older. That is one thing we try to do, is if we see people put a year that it isn't, we try to alert people. Just like when it's a war nickel, there's only a handful that are options for that, and if someone puts, like, 48, then it's not a war year. So we try to get people a different guess. So the one I just pulled off is a 1958 out of Denver. Garrett for the win with stop signs. Did have someone email me from my website and asked about shipping times to US and to Canada. So I put that on, and then I also posted it on my page. Can't remember where at, but a few hours later, a order came in. I don't know why there's like that blue mark. At first I thought it was like blue on the other one, but must be from the camera. So I do ship to Canada also. Oh, yes. Thank you. See, that's why I have these guys. Let's see, Civ, Billy, JC, Jim, and BH. Alrighty. Thank you, Garrett, for reminding me and finding those names. And then there was another one out of that roll that's right there. KJ had 58. All right, I'll throw KJ. Thank you, Garrett. I'll switch this out. With the new one, the one I just took off, is a 1939. I don't remember seeing a mint mark. Nope. A 39D and a 39S are key dates. Unfortunately, it was not one of those. And I'll go back and look. I thought I saw a 39. Wells times 2. Okay. I was going to say, I know I saw one. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that's the only one I saw. Thank you, Garrett. Thomas had 39. Oh, okay. So was it Thomas also, or was it just Thomas? Oh, yeah, duh. Don't know why I was not putting that together. This one at least is 1 year older than the other 50s we had. It's 57. I'm sure we had someone win it. Muscle times 2. Alrighty. And thank you guys for finding that. So I don't know what I'll do for next week's Monday hunt. Maybe it'll just me open some quarters or something. Some dimes. Since I only have enough for this week. Bank did say that they told the person who orders that I want at least 4 nickels, any pennies, and then $50. So we'll see if they can get more. Because they only had one, and the credit union only had one. So I did pick up a box of dimes and also a box of quarters. I'll probably search quarters for the regular live stream. So we'll do a drink, but we probably won't do a year on that. Because if you guess 65, you will be probably exactly on. Unless I find silver. And I've only found that twice ever. Man, Maple Leaf's going old at 548 AD. Civ just found a 26D. Awesome. Well, this one is now the oldest, or the newest. It's a 59. So we have a 57, a 58, and a 59. Get that on the board. Billy KJ Thomas. Can help if I put my fingers on the right spot. Either way, it's one of those, if I put down Thomas or I put down Wells, either one, you don't really have a lot of Thomases, so. The only ones that it really comes down to is ones that have multiples like Mike or Michael and a few like that. I have 7 boxes of halves that I need to slam and bash on the floor and get those taken to the bank. I do find that is pretty much the easiest way. Just pick them up, keep slamming them down like on the side and ends and stuff until they actually break open, like the box. And then at that point, at least over half of them are busted. And the ones that aren't are usually half busted. And it's a lot easier than opening each roll. So it'll be a different blend of peppers this year, but one of these days I'll have to actually make a recipe up and have a batch made. But to make a batch, a small batch is usually around 750 bottles. I think I'm down to 7 or 8 bottles of the one that I have right now. A 0.0. I probably want to guess a different one. Unless I was about something else. Been a few rolls since we found one of these. 2024. Not as proliferant as the other night. That's a hard word to say right now. Those large eyes. Oh, okay. I'm like, that's kind of an interesting year, a 0.0. But now that makes sense. We have not found a buffalo for a long time. Just out of curiosity. There we are. The last buffalo that we had was March 2nd. And that was for William E. March 2nd. So it's been over 2 months. We did find a V since then, I believe. Come on. There we go. It's 1947, our first 40s. Callie Brown's fan times 2, it looks like. No. KJ. KJ and Vincent. Anybody else? New Marshall and JC also. And Brian. Okay. I was going to say it was like, I'm sure there's more than that, but I was not scrolled up far enough. So we got Brian R. JC. New Marsh. Vincent KJ. We're at 41 likes. We're only on roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is roll 16 we're going through right now. It's not too bad. But how about a queen to guess? I don't know why I want to yawn so much. I think part of it was my sleep was all screwed up because I was up both nights. So I finally went to sleep once I got home. So the one night it was, or the one day, it was like 8 before I got to bed because I got home just a little after 7. And the next day was probably about 7:30 when I went to bed. I'd gotten home just before 7. So then when it's like that, it throws half your day off because you sleep, and then it's like 1 o'clock when you wake up, and So I think that's part of it. Thank you, Garrett. We got Raymond in. A 59. Put that on the board. Got 4 of those now. They're now tied with 2024. Kentucky times 2. Awesome. Congratulations, double entry. Oh, and I need to put Jim for sending that marshmallow or whatever it was. I can't remember. I think it was Jim that sent marshmallow. And Kentucky Fried sent a high 5. All right, let's get you on the board. That was good luck, and I'll show you why. How about that? Sent a high 5, and up comes an 09. So there you go. I think Muscle's a little bit behind. I also looked for 75 high Ds. Had 2 in a row, but they were not high. They might need to go to Colorado or something. Cali. That one's not either. I know, I'm crazy. Rocky Mountain High. I looked at the year and I don't even remember what it is now. Silverman, Old Bell, welcome. Oh, show you guys this. So I ordered something. Yeah, let's do the coin first. Oh, yeah, 1940. Now I remember what it is. Got a few of them. I see Mike and Billy right off the bat. Brian R. Anybody else besides those three? If there is, let me know. So I had ordered those 1 ounce rounds, which I thought were 5, but that was my mistake. So I ordered it. Shipping label was created on May 7th. It was picked up on the 12th. Departed on the 12th. Not expected until June. So I was like, what'd they do? Miss the plane and bringing it by canoe? It got there today. But yeah, going from here, June 2nd. 3 weeks. But yeah, I know it doesn't take 3 weeks to get there because I've sent stuff there. But I just thought that was so strange. It was like June 2nd. That was the only thing I could figure, is they missed the plane and they were like, well, crap. So they threw it on a canoe. So yeah, you gotta love that kind of crap. That it was like, I could understand if it was like, you know, say that expected on the 20th or something, but June 2nd? Because it took them like 4 days to pick it up. Because I had asked the guy, I was like, do you know when you're going to send it? He goes, well, I dropped it off. Yeah. I guess they actually ended up finding a boat or something that was already made, and maybe they decided, nah, it's going to take too long to hollow out a tree and canoe it on the way over. But I threw that on my Facebook. I'm rarely on Facebook. I'll look at a few things, but I'm just not really active on it. It's more of there. That's a little better. Now it doesn't have that blue shadow on it. Yeah, most of my packages to Canada just depends on everything, but usually takes 10 10 to 15 days. I think the quickest was 10, the other one was 15. I had like a 12 in there. So that's why I put on my website for the shipping, I put 10 to 21 days because post office says they can take up to 21 days. But usually it's less than that. There we go. 24. Almost to the halfway point. See, Garrett knows it's perfect when I start opening a new roll. It's the perfect timing. I know at least one person got it. It's 1955. Unfortunately, it is a Denver. 55 Philly is a semi-key date. Get that on the board. New Marshall and Coin Quester, okay. My kids are out of school on Friday. They start a little bit earlier than we did up in Wyoming. We usually started around the third week in August. Here they start usually around the second week, but they also get out earlier than we did. I think it was because in Wyoming, August was still good weather, whereas in May, not so much a lot of times. Weird. So we usually got out around right at the very end of May to the first couple days of June. Depends on if we had snow days. Snow days is when it was too cold for the buses to run because, you know, diesel gels up and stuff. Even with heaters, they would still do that because it would get a snowstorm, and then you'd get a wind chill on top of that, which would take it down to negative 30 or 40 sometimes. About another 24. So, unless it was too much snow and they haven't been able to get it plowed and stuff like that, because sometimes we'd get dumped on and have a couple feet of snow. And that's why it was usually at least one snow day every time. That was back when you'd turn on the news in the morning and watch to see what it would say. Or you listen to the radio stations while getting ready, and it's one of those things you'd always be like, please let it be a snow day, please let it be a snow day. And then it would be like, school is in session, or going, or whatever you'd say. Yeah, it usually wasn't the snow that was the problem, it was usually the temperature because of the wind and the wind chill. There we go. It is not a 24. Halfway. I'm usually one that likes it cooler. Hey. Ta-da! Right now we're still counting them because they're still not really out there much. Once they become more common. Hey, it's a 24p. Wow, look at that. Don't find peas very often unless they're in my freezer. As most of you know, I don't find peas. How about a D to go with it? How about another one? It's a pretty decent one, except for the back. So we're halfway through the box and we've had 9. At the same pace, we'll be at 18. What do we have right now? 1, 3, 8, 10, 20. At the same rate, it'll be a 40 find box. Hey, DC Stacks, welcome. Not a super ton of 24s, but or 64s. A few. Seems like the nights that we find a lot more 24s, we don't find as many 64s. Now that I said that, I'll probably find like 7. Maybe we should also start guessing not only the oldest coin of the box, but maybe how many 24s we'll find. So they've been getting more and more out there. Let's look at this and see. 24s, we had 20, 0, 2, 13, 9, 12. And then before that, it was like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. But once we hit April 23rd for 74 deeds, had 12. April 30th for 74 had 13. And then last week we had 20 for New Marshall. It's been 2 months since we found a buffalo. It would be really nice to change that. Still would like to give away that nickel bounty. There you go, another 24. Because if you get the War V and a buffalo, you get the 5 shield nickel. You can see the 5 at that angle. And then on the back, you can kind of see the shield a little bit. It's cold, but still, not many people have shield nickels in their collection. So that is just a kind of an extra bounty for those of you that are newer. And the one night we did find a V nickel and we found a War nickel. We did not find that buffalo nickel. Picked up 180 in nickels and 40 were 2026s. Nice. And a buffalo ender. We did have a war ender not too long ago. It's the first time I've ever had one of those, even for my own hunts. Back when I would do hunts and then post recaps. Yeah, we're on pace for 910. Whoa, yeah. I didn't even notice that, obviously. How about another one to try to get it to that 910? We, at the halfway point, we were on track for 18 with a total of 40 finds. It's one of those things I just kind of like looking at that kind of thing. Yes. Exclamation me if you want to put your link in so people can subscribe to you. It's a thing I let you do. And it is good to check once in a while to see if you're still subscribed. Because I've had that before where I click on it or whatever and it says I'm not subscribed. And it's like, oh, yes, I am. YouTube claims that they don't unsubscribe people, but I call bunk on that. Because I had never gone in and unsubscribed from a few of the people. Happened to me with Paw's channel. I subscribed to him when he was just kind of getting going. It was, I don't know, I think around less than 100 people at that time. And a little while later, I looked and it was like around 500 subscribers or something, and it showed that I wasn't subscribed. And it's like, yeah, I am. So I resubscribed. That reminds me, I need to get a round to AG for giveaway. And if Fervid is having a 500, I'll throw one in for his too, if he wants. Third, he rolls down. We're 60% of the way through the box. No. Yeah. I'd be happy to donate a round to help with that gaw. Cool. Can't remember if I've already sent that round to AG or not. Guess I'll have to ask him. But yeah, I'll send a 1 ounce copper to you if you want to throw in as a giveaway. Either a part of the main one or a secondary one or whatever. I think I have your address from when you did that box giveaway. But if you want to email me and make sure I have it, I will send that to you. I'll send a few stickers and stuff also. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I have it, but come on. I think so. There we go. So I'll send some stuff, and you can choose if you want to put it all into one or do a few different giveaways or however you want to do it. So I'll probably send you a few other ones, maybe like a V-nickel and a couple buffalo nickel and Indian head and a few of those if you want to go with it. So I'm sure some people would go, it's just a round. I set up a review tab on my website, and so it sent out, to leave a review or whatever. And there's ones for items, and then there's ones for like the shop. So I put a few of those that I got back for the shop on there. Been doing some adding little by little and stuff like that, but always striving to make it a little better. So there's a feature on there you can do, and like it wouldn't hurt to do that. I also put a flat shipping for the US. Instead of always trying to get the calculated price and that sort of thing, I just did a flat shipping. It's about what my averages were when you take out the ones that qualified for free shipping. And it just kind of makes it I think a little more easier to look at instead of having it trying to calculate a price every single time. It's just like, this is it. You know, most regular places, if you have a order, it'll be like a flat shipping amount. Another 24. Thank you, Garrett. Bloop. This one is a 56. We now have a 56, a 57, or 55, 56, 57, a 58, and a 59. Put that on the board. Excuse me. Old Bell and Kelly. Thank you. So on those 5-ounce rounds I got in, I had dollar cost averaged between the two orders, and I was like, okay, so that's what I set the prices for. But I'm not changing them back. So I was like, between the two orders, I can, you know, one was a little more and one was a little less, and I was like, averaged together, that's about what I was planning on paying for them. So 24. There you go, MLN. If it gives you problems, let me know. But that should be zero. There should be a GOS shipping option, that sort of thing. So it's worked for the other ones I've sent for Canadian. Gotten quite a few 64s now. $13 rolls left. Yeah, I like the colorized stuff for the Canadian, because US is just plain and boring. Oops. These are the latest ones I got. It was the United Nations, the Alexander Graham Bell, the Lucy Maud, and 150th anniversary one. And I also have that glow-in-the-dark one that I got from BH also. Oh, wow. Yep. Alright, this is going to be a little bit different one. It is not a foreign. That is a proof. Kind of beat up, but you don't find them very often. We found them before, but not very often. So this is one of those kind of rare occasions that it's not a foreign and it's not the 50s or older grain. I didn't even know the year. I hadn't even looked at it. I just saw it was a proofy and See, when you see proofs in a roll like that, it kind of gives you hope that you might find other good stuff, like silver and buffaloes. And hasn't been the case so far, but you never know. But that was a good eye when you were like, was that a proof? Yes, it was. It was only there for a second. How about one of those? Number 3. It is a 1978. It's 1 year older than me. And if you want to double be sure, the S isn't very clear, but yeah. Sweet. It's not great condition, but I'll still flip it up for you. No point in letting it get even more beat up. Laureate 79. Would have been nice if it was a 79. Because then it would be as old as I am. So 79 proof. I was born June of 79. Yeah, we haven't had a proof for a while. Kind of throws you off at first. You're like, no. And then you look at it more and you're like, well, yeah, I guess so. Ten more rolls. You were Oh, yep, thank you. $75. I don't know why it's struggling so much on these tonight. There we go. It's a D. Yeah, I was going to say they were made in 75, but they didn't mark them as 75. Same with the half dollars. One time I went in to get one and they had sold a few rolls and they said that the couple came in and they were hovering a crystal over the box and trying to find a 75. And I said, well, they could have opened the entire box. They won't find one. And the teller looked at me and I said, 75? There is no 75. They made them with the bicentennial, so they made them, but they don't have 1975. They have the bicentennial ones. She's like, oh, no wonder they couldn't find one. I'm like, yep. I guess they had bought like 5 or 6 rolls and the crystal wasn't giving them the thing, so they left. And she said they literally pulled out a crystal on a pendant and swung it over the box. Hey, EIT. Welcome. I think you got a membership gifted last week or sometime. We had 15 gifted tonight. And some high five and a sparkle cone and $2 super chat. Quite a few different things. I did remember to put those folks on the wheel. There we go. And 74 just donated $10 super chat. Thank you very much, 74. You are awesome. I'll get you on the wheel again. Because you automatically got an entry for being a box. 24. At 16, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rolls left. It's fun having a proof. Still need a buffalo. We haven't had a buffalo or a war or anything. Although proof is pretty cool to have. 75 was the high D. I'm going to switch it out with this one. And the one I just took off was a 1946. Get the 40s on there. We had a 48 and a 45 from Wolf. And KJ with 47. So Wolf and KJ, I believe. Do this. So I have you've seen my cheat sheet thing before, but you can see 75D, mint mark high D, just like 64Ds are a D over D and 63 to the TDR. I don't usually go through these. I figure that is just kind of up to you, but it has all those. And then the mint. I also have quarters, dimes, pennies, halves, all that sort of stuff. Like I have a Indian penny and a wheat penny. And those are just on my YouTube page. So if you just go to my regular Dad Hunts Coins, youtube.com/@dadhuntscoins. It's one of the links. I would recommend downloading it and saving it as an Excel file, because you have to upload it in a Google Doc. But I built it in Excel, so that is the original formatting. But yeah, you have like buffalo nickels and a regular nickels. I have quarters, clad and quarter silver. I have a dime. I have a penny and a wheat penny. Can't remember if I did an Indian. I don't think I did. But it's a 57. But I have quite a few. It's all tabs at the bottom. So 7 there. I see Captain Vic. Muscle. Raymond. Smoker. Welcome, Smoker. Didn't see you come in. Thomas. Anybody else besides Cap, Muscle, Raymond, Smoker, and Thomas? Looks, Garrett says that's the same ones. $20.24. We've got the rest of this roll and then 5 more. So in those 5.5 rolls, are we going to get at least 3 more 24s? Yeah, the last little while we've been finding a lot of 74s. I don't think we'll get to 70 or 50 likes tonight. I mean, I want to be optimistic, but because it's fun to give away more things. Since I'll finish the diamonds from the other night. I did 20 rolls. I did find a silver and 209s. Oh, what the heck? How did that happen? No idea how that got bumped. I just want to see if you guys noticed. Another 24. Oh, yep, 30s have a semicolon. Man, I am totally off it tonight. There we go. I could understand last Thursday because I didn't, or the whatever it was, because I didn't stream on that Monday or the Tuesday. So I was a little bit off on that Thursday. Let's blame it for being on call and being tired. It's one of those things that I'm glad I don't do 2 days straight of call. Well, 45 hours technically. So I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. But I mean, kid was winning everything. Yeah. But it does suck in the, I guess you'd say, paychecks. Because giving up every other weekend of call makes me $1,000 less per month. Call was always extra to like buy coins and silver and stuff, because I budget on 80 hours paycheck. So I can afford everything on 80 hours, you know, rent and utilities and all that kind of stuff. But I haven't been buying as much silver and stuff since I don't have as much play money. Although I turn around and buy a bunch of copper. Which I did need because I was down to, I don't know, 100 something rounds. So I did get that stocked up. I think I have like 600 rounds. I was able to actually find some decently priced ones, and so as I came across them, I'd buy them. But lots of places are still wanting $4 and $5. Last roll. And we'll double check the numbers, but at halfway point, we were at 9 24s, I believe. Half a roll. Sorry. 3 more coins. We have 163 Philly, so we can look for the triple die reverse. It's beat up, but I don't see it. And no Buffalo, no Silver. '64 Denvers. These are a couple of the nicest ones. The rest are just kind of regular. I hate it when they're like kind of beat up and worn down because it makes it harder to tell. See ya, Jim. That's just machine squishing. So is that one. I had found an Aladdin's Castle token, which was the arcade that we'd always go to growing up. And so I was like, I wonder if they're still around, and I Googled it. And the last one was like in Indiana or something, and it just closed like in 2016 or something. But it was like, I haven't seen one of these for years. All right. A 57, let's see, 55, 56, 57, 57, 58, 59, 59. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yep. The 55 is a decent looking one too. Compared to that 59 or 56. The 40s, we had 46, a 40, and a 47. 3 of those. We had a 39, 2026, 309s, all Denver. I believe these are all but one were Denver. $17 Ds and 1 P. And a 78 proof. Not too bad of a haul. So what do we have? 1, let's see, 11, 14, 32, 33, 34. Yep. You got 21 lower mintage, a new 26 proof, and then 30s, 40s, and 50s, so it's not bad. I know there was 20 last box, 18 this box. Start the end of stream part of the giveaway. I'll look at who won the oldest. While we're doing that, let's sort it by year. And 1940 we had Wolf, KJ, Lyle, MLN, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, and Joe Minnick all had 1940. So exclamation GAW. I'm guessing these are not all going to fit into one thing. Guess I need to write on here. 78 proof. 18 24s. 3 09s. 7 50s. 40s. And 30s. Number 1 of 2. Oh yes, 39. That's correct. I don't know why I was thinking 40. And I just dropped 2 on the ground. So I'll fix that. Let me get these put away first. Let's go back and look at the 39. So 39, it was actually JC, Dennis, AG, Raymond, Brian, R, Billy, all had 39. Exclamation GAW. The winner was a cherry float, Coca Zero. Not as good as the Pepsi cherry cream. All right. We'll review it for just a minute because I need to do that. Come here, paste that, copy that, paste that, also anybody else? Nope. Okay. Winner of regular part, end of stream, Joseph Wells. Congratulations, Joseph. And this was everybody that was on the wheel. Nope, I don't want that. Go back. I don't know where they just put these random names in. Let's do 15 seconds. This is for an extra round. Let's see if we have another BH that comes with a jetpack. Oh, Raymond's pulling out. Oh, here comes jetpack. Muscle. All right. So that was Mr. Ducky. We've got 70 entries. Captain Vic. Congratulations. Email me and I'll get you a code. So we had Maple Leaf winning the 25 likes, Joseph W. with an EOS, Muscle Shell was the duck race, and Captain Vic won the wheel. Since it was kind of a not as many guessing nights, I figured it's one that we can throw an extra giveaway because we only had, what, 17, 18 that we could have guessed on. It's not too many guesses. Okay. I don't think you three are in Canada. I know MLN is, but I was going to say, if you're in Canada, just let me know because I have different codes for Canada. But I think Maple Leaf was the only one. And we had, come on. Let me refresh this. And And we had Jim Thompson donating 10 memberships. Argent donated 5. Billy had a $2 super chat. And 74 with a $10 super chat. So that helps cover another round. So there you go. Appreciate all that stuff. Blame Canada. I was going to say, and then I will be sending one up to Fervid for his 500 giveaway. So there you go. I'm sure you guys all know, but when you get that code, you just put it in. I think you've all done it before, but so you choose the round just on the copper here. You can hover over it if you're on a computer or whatever and look at the front and back. Once you add one to your cart, you put your discount code in and apply it, and it drops it to 0, and there should be a $0 shipping. Let's see, how many do we have? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I have 50 different 1-ounce rounds. And I already sold both of those. Sweet. And that one's now sold out. Those were all available at the start of the stream. And that one is sold out. Nice. I've had quite a few orders. Alrighty. Oops. Alright, there you go, mussel shell. There you go, Cap. Alright. Let's go back to here. I've got some Diamese. See you, Billy. Thanks. Appreciate all you do. Take care. So now it's the after stream. See, Argent, thanks for coming. So now we'll look through dimes. And the other night they got me to actually look through them, and I found a silver dime and then two 1996s, I think they were. No, 09s. Two 2009s. 2009 is a lower mintage. It's like 95 million or something, compared to like $1 billion. Silver dime time, hopefully. That's a 96 Denver, dang it. Yeah, it's one of those I ever doubt I'll find a 96W, but you never know. Just like I never thought I'd find a 1965 DDO quarter. But I did. Eyes must not be as tired tonight because I can see these much better. Since I couldn't get more than just one box of nickels, I was like, well, I'll take any dimes, quarters. So they gave me a box of dimes and a box of quarters. So at least I'll have something for next Monday. Unless I can come across some nickel boxes, but pickup isn't until Wednesday. Unfortunately. But if they're actually able to order what I have been asking for, all I did was, it was the new, not new, but one I don't deal with as often, and that's when she wrote it down, and I said, nickels for sure, at least 4. If you're able to get pennies, I'll take any pennies. I said, and then the $half would be third. Because the only thing I've been getting in $half is brand new 24s and 25s. So if you guys are looking for brand new rolls of 24s or 25s, I've got some. Because all I've been doing is smashing the boxes open and returning them. Instead of opening hundreds of rolls, I just find I pick the box up, slam it on its side, pick the box up, slam it on the other side, pick the box up, slam it on the end. Basically pick it up and slam it down a few times until the box actually breaks open. And then I just scoop them all up. And the ones that didn't break are usually half broken. And if they're not half broken, they're pretty easy to break anyway. I was selling 2024 Denvers last year. And then it was like literally as soon as 2026 hit, no interest whatsoever. Yeah, because I used to go through and I have a time lapse of me opening rolls, and it was like, I'm not doing that. So when you throw them down, they're bashing up. Sometimes like the edge will split along here, so then all I have to do is just whack it against another one. And if you have two, all I do is come in and go wham across, and it usually busts the top one, and then I grab another roll and do that, and sometimes this one will finally bust, and that's all I do is slam them in like that. Usually 1 or 2 hits is the most it needs. But yeah, it sucks opening every single roll. Gives you a workout. You know, you're lifting 25 pounds over and over and over and over and over. But I have not gotten... Well, I did get 2 circulated boxes, but that was in the same pickup as all the other. And when I looked through the bottom, they were all shiny. I pulled a few out of the end, and they were all, you know, 24 or whatever, 25. So that's when I just started smashing them and smashed the one box open, and I noticed some of them were not shiny. I was like, So I looked closer, and sure enough, it was a circulated box. So then I picked up the rolls and started opening the rest of them that hadn't busted. Searched through all of them, of course. And there was I think it was a 67 or a 68 or something like that. So I got a 40% silver out of it. And then the next box had nothing. But it's a great way to open them without opening them. Gives you a little bit of a workout. I mean, you pick up 25 pounds and slam it 3 or 4 times in a row. And like I said, I've got 7.5 boxes. So basically I've got 7 boxes to do. And I've got to get it back in the bank. I just, for a while, way too not enough time. 82 Denver. No, just on my living room floor. Then I just have my bags and I scoop them up and put them in the bag. My canvas bags can hold approximately 2 boxes, which is 50 pounds. Because each box is about 25 pounds. So I usually put 2 boxes into one canvas bag. It's a 96p. I live in townhomes. I call them apartments, but they're townhomes. And the HOA is not fun to deal with. My kids had been riding their bike and scooters, and they just put them by the door one night, and got basically a warning that said you can't do that, and next time you're going to get fined. But the HOA is horrible. I hate HOAs. And the thing is the HOA here, luckily I don't have to pay it because I rent, but 96 Denver. Yep, I already replied to you. I think it's $187 a month or something. It's the same HOA as behind us. There's houses that they built, and it's the same company and everything. And the house ones are only $147. So it's like, why are the houses cheaper than the apartments where you have less stuff to have to take care of? But like the pool key that I had, quit working. It was just old, and I needed a new one, and they charged me $50 for it. Yeah. But usually it's one of those that you get people that move in to get away from the way of life that they want to get away from, and then they turn around and try to make it into what they just left. We get a lot of that crap. They hate where they live because of everything, so they come here and then they try to make it into what they just left. So what happens is you get a few of these people, and they finally start getting in the same area. But now and I don't know why people like HOAs. I honestly don't know. Hey, Treasure Hug. You know, some people may like it because they don't have to do a lot of the stuff. But I'm sorry, but to be told what I can and cannot do. So like I said, luckily, hey, 3 money bags. Sweet. Congratulations. But like I said, luckily I don't have to pay the HOA fees. Last month I got an email from the landlord that does this spot. She's a real estate agent, but she does stuff on the side like that. Same company, real estate company that does it. And she said something about the lease is up. Are you planning on moving or something like that? I was like, nope. Still plan on renting. I said I can sign a new lease if I need. It's been over a month and she's never gotten back to me. And I'm lucky because they've only risen the rent once, and that was last year. But I'm one of those that I don't call for every little stupid thing. Oh, the light bulb's out. Oh, the whatever. Oh, this. Oh, what. The only thing I've called them for is when the sink exploded. I came home one day and water was spraying everywhere. And the other one was when my heater went out right in the middle of December. It took 3 weeks to finally get it and ordered and everything and get it here. So they replaced the air conditioner at the same time because it was put in at the same time. So they're just like, let's just replace both. So there you go. But I can't complain. I got a good deal on the rent when I was able to move in. And then ever since then, they just continued at the same rate. And then, like I said, last year, they finally said, we have to raise the rent $100. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, it took you that long? But I've got a good deal, and I think that's why they don't really ever worry about me, because I'm always paid on time. And there was one time that they called me like 4 or 5 days after the first, and they said, you haven't paid your rent. I'm like, yeah, I have. They're like, we don't have it. I said, the bank sent the check. So I looked, and it's never come through the bank or anything. So I was like, okay, I'll bring a check down right now. And they said, that'll work. And then 2 days later, she called me and she said, do you just want us to shred this check because the one that the bank sent finally showed up? Okay, Garrett. But yeah, if I move into a comparable size and place, and in town there's not a ton of places to rent, and the ones that you do, they're wanting, like for a 3-bedroom like I have, 3-bed, 2.5 bath townhome. For something comparable in an apartment or whatever, they're charging like $1,400, $1,500. And I'm lucky that only last year, when they raised the rent $100, it's now $1,000. So there's no way I could find something better. Plus, it's literally right across you walk through the parking lot over to the edge and cross the little 2-foot brick wall and go across the street and you're at Grandma's. So it's great because the kids can run right over. If Mom and them need help, I can, come right over. And so it's very, very convenient. But it's one of those, when you find a good renter that is always paid on time, never asks about anything, doesn't cause problems, not getting complaints about them, that sort of thing. It's easier to keep one than find a new one. When I got divorced, I had to sell the house, and I was asking my brother a couple ideas, and he said, well, what if I bought it? So we worked out a deal because we didn't use real estate agents. He just had his lawyer draw up all the stuff. And I sold the house for less than I would have listed it for, but I lowered it by the amount I listed it for, which is what the real estate agents would have taken. So he got a deal, I got a deal, because I still made some money. So I paid off the cars like we had to, and then there was a little bit left for each of us. And then he did some renovating stuff and had a long-term renter guy in there, and he could have upped the lease and stuff, but he never caused problems. In fact, he would never even, because I was taking basically the kind of landlord type thing, and he'd only called me like 1 or 2 times. Other than that, he always did stuff himself. Like I went over one year to blow out the sprinklers, and he was like, oh, that's all you do? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, oh, well, I could have done that. So when I had texted him once, I said, are you ready for me to winterize sprinklers? And he goes, I already did it. It's like, oh, okay. So my brother finally, he was kind of tired of the renting thing and wants to build a shop and stuff on some property he owns up in the mountains. And so he was looking at it, and he was like, yeah, the guy kept asking him to sell it, and he'd always be like, no, I'm not selling it. No, I'm not selling it. And then it was finally like, oh, okay. I'm good with that idea. So I had to go over and meet with the appraiser. I never knew what it appraised for or anything, because she goes, nope, I only give it to the person who ordered it. You guys have to talk to him to get it, because the guy who was renting wanted it from me. And I said, I don't even get a copy of it. I said, you'd have to talk to my brother. And then, oh, wow. First one I've ever found of that. I've never seen one yet. I believe it's a Denver. Yeah. Denver. Nice. Cha-ching. I was not expecting that. Maybe there'll be more in this box. That's my first one of dimes. I haven't found any quarters or halves. And I think we might have a foreign. Because that's not silvery looking, it's more of a foreign look. It is a 2016 Canadian. Nice. See, I would have never found that 2026 if I hadn't been looking through, actually going through them. So at this rate, let's see, we have a silver, we have a couple of 09s, we have a 2026 and a foreign. Maybe we'll find a 96 or an 82 no P. Well, 96W. I found 96s, but not W. Hey, rename me. This is the second half of that box I did the other night. Have you ever seen a 2026 dime? So that is nice. I like the design of the eagle part on it. Yeah, I haven't found any new quarters or halves. Of course, all the halves I've been getting are brand new, not like 26 brand new. The 94, 90, or 2024 and 25 brand new. So again, if you guys need any of those, let me know. I've just been busting and taking them back, and I'm getting more than I can actually bust and take back, because I also have like the nickels and stuff that I hunt. The other day I took 3 bags in to dump, so that was about 150 pounds that I carried in. Because each bag holds about, I put about 50 pounds in. So 2 halves, or like a nickel, which is like 22 pounds, and a box of quarters, which is about 25. Like this will be a box of dimes, so I can throw some halves in this one also. Because dimes are only like 18 pounds or something. $2009. Where's the 09s that I found the other night? Put them somewhere. Hey, Ron Pierce. Got done hunting nickels. Now I'm finishing my dimes from the other night. So far in this box, I've found a silver, foreign, 309s, and a 2026. Hey, AG. Can't remember if I sent that round for your giveaway, but I can't remember, so I'll just probably send another one, even if I have. See ya, Fervid. I'll get that some stuff sent to you. It seems like I got one out and sent it. Because I remember getting one out. Maybe it's in the mail. Because it would have been, I think, last week sometime I got it out. The worst I can do is send another one and you end up with two of them. I just found that tonight, AG. Liberty over tyranny. I didn't notice that till just now. At first I thought it was a foreign, and then I was like, what? Wait, it says 2026. So then I was like, wait a minute. So maybe some of my quarter boxes will have some in it. It's the only 2026s I have are the nickels from Garrett. Because all the ones I found are your guys's. '96 Philly. So I have a silver in this box, a foreign in this box, 309s in the box, and a 2026. So will we get an 82 Noah P or 96 W? Yeah, even in like regular change and stuff, I haven't seen them. The only ones I ever get brand new are the halves. And like I said, those are all 2024s and 5s. So I need to smash some more boxes. I don't know where they're finding all these 24s. Because I was getting 25 Denvers. Well, I got... In 2024, I ended up getting, I think, 26 straight boxes of 2024s. And then I finally started getting regular circulated boxes again. And then last year I started getting a bunch of 25 Denvers. And then this year I've been getting 24 or 25 Phillies. And then still getting some 24s. Most of them are 25s, but 96 Denver. Yeah, I hear that. I'm still kind of off from 96 Philly. Doing call, I was awake when I'm normally asleep, so. Yeah, I haven't kept track of them this year, but like I said, right now I've got 7.5 boxes of 24s and 5s, and the other day I took back another 3, and I've taken back, 10 or 15 before that. The one lady at the bank was saying, how long does it take you to go through those? I said, it just depends on if they're newer or not. I didn't want to tell her I don't go through them, because then she'd probably stop ordering them. But I was like, it just depends. I was like, if they're more newer ones, then less time, but if they're all circulated, then it takes a little bit. I said, I go through them and look at each one and everything. Now that kind of bugs me. I don't know what I did with those 2009s from the other night. I know I put the silver one with the other silver I had out, because I did that trade. Traded some barbers for some maple leafs and face junk silver. Yeah, and if I didn't take the ones, they won't order me more, because they only basically order them for me. And 96 Denver. Of course, I don't want to dump them all at the same place, especially when I have a coin machine one down. CBH. YouTube. Yeah, sounds good. But they re-roll theirs, so when they get a bag full, they roll them. And so the one, she goes, where do you take them all? And I said, down to MacU. She goes, oh. And I said, they have that coin machine in their lobby? And she goes, yeah. I said, it's not theirs. They don't service it. Oh. I said, it's a regular Coinstar. It's not the big green branded one. It's just a gray one in their lobby that they charge if you're not a member. So for me, I just deposit it straight to my account so they don't charge me anything. That's when she said, well, if you brought them here, we'd just re-roll them and give them back to you. 82D. Yeah. So in town, there's 2 banks and a credit union. The one bank won't even talk to you unless you've got like millions of dollars, basically. So there's a bank and a credit union. So I order all my halves from my bank and some nickels. many as they'll order me. And then 96 Denver. The credit union usually gets me all my nickels, and then they used to get the pennies, but they haven't been able to get them. But they get my nickels, dimes, quarters, sometimes halves, but not often.
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Be right back.
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular.
Alright, I'm back. My kids always call every night, and so I always put it on mute while they call me, and I'll usually still go through ones like you saw, so usually right around 9 o'clock, sometime, a little bit before 9. If it's on a night that they don't have school or something, they might call it a little before 10, but when you hear my son or daughter's ringtone go off, I let them choose their own. That's when I just mute it. There was one, I think the other night, I had started the stream and I was on mute. Everybody's like, if you're talking, we can't hear you. I think that was Thursday. So I was like, oops. Yeah, usually Garrett's still in here, and puts that in, but he took off. Ten more rolls. So that sounds good. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Every Monday and Thursday usually, unless there's some other thing that comes up, but usually every Monday and Thursday Mountain, 5:30. On Thursday I'll be hunting another box for 74 deeds, and then I don't know what I'll do on next Monday. The only thing I can figure is I'll open some quarters. Weird. Thought I felt a coin on the floor. But yeah, for a while there I had like, I think it was 16 boxes in a row of dimes that didn't have a single thing. I was just dead searching them, but I would average half of a silver per box and one foreign per box. And like for 16 boxes, I didn't get anything. So I actually kind of quit searching dimes, even though I was just edge searching them. Then I finally found silver again, and foreigns, and let's see, 8 more rolls after this, and then it'll be time to pack up some orders and send them out. $82D. Because not only the orders from the giveaways, because those go through my website, but I had 3 or 4 other orders come in. 96 Denver. I sell more on my website than I do on eBay. That's because I really don't post anything on eBay anymore. Because the stuff I was posting isn't really selling. Of course, it wasn't even selling on my website either. That's why I just took the pages down and because it was just sitting there being listed and no views on the page or anything. Just the brand new halves, the 24s and 5s. So like I said, I was selling them last year. Started getting them in November. Well, I got them at the end of October, so I started listing them in November. And I think I'd gotten 10 boxes of 2024s. And as soon as I'd list them within a day or two, like I would list 4, I would get 4 boxes. I would list them, and within a day or two, I'd have like someone come and buy all 4 boxes. One guy sent an offer and said, I'll do X dollars for all 4 of them. So I said, okay. So after shipping and eBay fees, because they take 13.25%, still making, a few $100 a box. But I had put some rolls, like pack of 5 rolls or whatever. As did 15 rolls of halves. All the others were 2025. Yeah. So I had posted packs of like 5 rolls. You can get 5 rolls instead of a whole box type thing. And I ended up selling half a box that way. But then, like I said, at the very end of the year, as soon as January came, it completely dropped and went dead. So that's why I've got 7.5 boxes of brand new ones. And I send the boxes, I would 96 Denver. Wrap them up really good and send them in a flat rate, a couple flat rate boxes. '96 Denver. Hey, Joy Brown. Found this one tonight. First one I've found of those. Haven't found any quarters or halves. Oh, I think we have another foreign. The reason I think it's foreign is because it does not look like a regular edge of a silver dime. Nope, it's a foreign. It is a 5 pence. $19.90. Cool. Yeah, usually you can tell foreign coins. Because like that one was bigger and reeded. And that one was not a regular silver look. So 96 Denver. Not to my knowledge. '96 Denver. They don't have like a low mintage or anything like that. The only dimes I know of really that you look for are the 82 No P, the 96 W, and then 09s, because those were only like 90 million minted, whereas usually there's sometimes a billion. You might be able to get, you might check eBay and stuff and just see what they're selling for if they're unopened. A whole box of them. Because there are people that will buy like an entire box because they want to put kind of like collector set type things together, like a roll of 24, 25, that sort of thing. I had a box of 2025 nickels. Listed them on eBay, sold them for, I think it was 200 or something. After eBay fees and shipping, I think I made like $50 on it. Hey, damn chug. So when you look at them, don't ever just look at the listing. You want to go into the search and put sold items, because that will tell you what they sold for. Because there's people all the time, oh, on eBay they're going for whatever. No, they're not going for whatever. You can list a dog turd for $500,000, doesn't mean it's going to sell. You see that all the time. People will list it for outrageous, thinking that, well, everybody else is selling them for that. No, they're not selling them for that. So you want to look how much they sold for, when the last sold one was. If the last sold one, if there's 40 listed and the last one sold was 3 weeks ago, that means either everybody has them for way too high or they're just not interested in them. If you look at the sold ones, and we'll just say a box of dimes, it's $250, and they're selling for $350. The other thing you have to take into account is eBay fees. And eBay fees is 13.25% of the sold price. So if you sell it for $350, they take 13.25% plus 40 cents listing. And then depends on if you offer free shipping or whatever, but you have shipping in there. Again, I would recommend flat rate boxes because that's the cheapest way to send heavy items. But yeah, it's a lot of times People are just looking at what they're listed for. So you want to check, number one, if it's the same item. You want to make sure that you're checking sold prices. You want to look at when the last one sold. You know, if there's 40 sold and they're selling every day, and they're selling for, say, $3.50, you should be able to get rid of them with no problem. But if they're not being sold, or it takes 3 weeks between each sale, it's like on the halves that I had, I kept lowering them down, and then people would offer, you know, something, and I would turn them down, because if I accepted it after taking eBay fees, I would be losing money. So I took it down to as low as I could, and that was it. And after a while, and nothing was even, you know, being watched or anything, and so I was just like, nope, I'm done. Took down the listings and started dumping them. Because I had listed my 25 nickels Denver, I think for 400, because that's what they were selling for. But I think I ended up getting, or not 400, 200. I think I had listed it for a little higher, can't remember for sure, but it wasn't like one of those, oh, I'm listing it for $300 and, you know, people see too high of a price and not even click on it. But you don't want to put it too low. Yeah, sometimes you have a very limited window. What you might also be able to do is list them both together. Because there are people that will go, oh, I can get a 2024 and a 2025. But again, you have to make sure, it's just like with anything, you have to figure out your cost, what your fees are going to be. I think it's just the $30 plan. The first 3 months, you can get it for $1 a month, and then I pay for it yearly. So, I think it ends up being 30. Otherwise, it's monthly. It's like $40 a month or something. But yeah, the biggest thing is you sign up for like a free trial thing. They give you, I think it's 3 days, which isn't even enough time to build it out. But you can do a dollar a month for 3 months. And then after the 3 months, you would have to pay for it. And like I said, I just do a year because I save, I think it's, well, let me look it up. Yeah, I pay for it yearly, it's $30 a month. If you pay for it monthly, it's $40 a month. So I'll just show you here. So if you pay monthly, just the basic like I have, it's $40 a month. But I pay for it yearly, so I get it for 30, so $10 cheaper, so basically a 25% discount. And I'm not even looking at this stuff because that's way too big for me. And on this, my credit card rates and stuff are 2.9 plus 30 cents. If it goes through PayPal, it's actually 3.49 and 49 cents, I believe. But that's where you can do the $1 a month for 3 months, and that's all it is. Yeah. And I don't know if they ever run specials or not, but I just had seen sites that I'd been on and it was Shopify, and I was like, well, I wonder if I did that for mine, because that's why I do the copper round giveaway through my website, is that way it tracks the inventory. I don't have to go in and manually adjust inventory or try to keep track of it. It just does it all for me. And there's all kinds of ways to set it up. I just set one up that I thought I liked. And it doesn't, like some places, they want to have you pay for the website. You do have to have a domain listing. Like mine, I actually bought the domain dadhuntscoins.com, but you can get a Shopify site without having a domain. But if you have a domain, you have to have it listed, and that cost me like $10 a year. I do it through Porkbun, Porkbun. That's where I bought my domain from, and it was like 11 something dollars. So I was like, I wonder if my domain is out there. So I searched, and there's lots of places that you can buy them from, but from stuff that I had read, Porkbun is like one of the top ones. Of course, you have GoDaddy, but they're more expensive, and you can build websites through them. But I wasn't looking at building just a website. I was looking at building an e-commerce site that, you know, people can buy other things. Half a roll. So if you're looking at selling things, like me, I wouldn't do Etsy, because to me it seems like that's more for like custom type things, or, you know, you're making decals for people, or you're making, you know, something. You're not just taking it, turning around and selling it. So, I mean, Etsy's good for those people, but for me, it wouldn't be good. I don't know what I did with the ones from the other 9. I had hey, you guys, yeah, and a lot of those will take a lot, whereas Shopify, you're paying the monthly fee. Like I said, I do yearly, so it's only $30 a month, you know, saving 25%. But you have low credit card fees. I actually, on mine, I have it set up so that you can kind of have it go through, let's get it blurry, come on. Like it'll kind of auto list on TikTok Shop and Shop app and things like that. Because I had a sale one day and it was through TikTok. I'm like, what? So TikTok takes a little bit more. You know, Shopify doesn't take what they take. It's just if you go through, say TikTok, like the guy that did one, they do all the processing and everything. But it ended up being 6%. Because of their processing fees and what extra they took. So it was basically 6% of the sale instead of 2.9% or something. I also had it through Shop app. Someone bought some through that way. And that just runs through Shopify also. So it doesn't really do much with difference on that. But, you know, it's not like I set it up on, you know, TikTok Shop and I went in and set up the account in TikTok Shop. So I, you know, signed up to do it. But it's not like I'm paying TikTok or going on TikTok and doing that. It's just they pull it in just like with Google Merchant. It's, you know, free and it pulls over information from Shopify and then you can be listed on the Google Merchant Center. So that's about it. Yeah, the other night, this was the Canadian. This was 5 pence. I don't think it says the country. It just says 5 pence. I think it's England. So Canadian, I'm assuming England. 09, because they have a lower mintage, like 90 million instead of like 100 million. So about a tenth of what was normally made. I had 2 from the other night. I'm not sure where I put them. And then I also had a silver the other night. And this one, the 2026 dime. I like that eagle. And then I didn't notice this until tonight, but it says liberty over tyranny. Or tyranny, however you want to say it. I was like, that's cool. So, silver, 2 foreigns, and new one, and some 09s. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to come to box finds 000. We had 0, 1, 3, 7, 3, 18, 1, 0. 78 proof. Because I keep track of all the fines and everything. Come on. There we go. So I keep track of all the fines, and So since I've started doing live searches for people, we average almost half a buffalo a box, average half a war nickel a box, almost one foreign, almost one from the 30s, almost 5 from the 40s, 7.7 from the 50s. We're now averaging 2 from 09, and we're now up to 2024s at 2.5 a box. We've found a total of 4 proofs for an average of 0.1, and extras, which are just depends on what it is, like 2026s and things like that. Which is, I don't really have a column for it, but I do keep track of the miscellaneous type things. So we'll see what Thursday has, but I only have one more box, and so that's already sold. So unfortunately, I don't know what I'll do on Monday. I'm probably just going to open some quarters or something, but West Point count on quarters. Let me open mine and find out. Quarters. Since the end of 2024, when I started doing live hunt recaps, I have found a total of 14 out of 26 boxes, so I'm at almost half a box, or half per box. Because I have, on quarters, I've found 2 quarters, and that was right at the beginning of the year. And then 5 foreigns, 14 Ws, 10 proofs, 2 NIFCs, which I didn't know there were NIFCs until just recently, until like beginning of this year. And then some miscellaneous, like a gold-plated, colorized, a Balboa was the foreign. And then these are ones I've opened live. So that's quarters for all years. Halves. For all years, I'm averaging 0.8 total silvers, a half, a 40, a 0.3 on the 90s. This is the one that blows people's minds. I average 19 a box. And a lot of people are like, they'll find 4 and be like, I found a lot of NIFCs. And I'm like, I mean, the lowest I found was 5, 9, 5, 9, 8, 9, 9, 6, 9, 2. And then I wasn't keeping track of them before that, but 2 was the lowest, and then 0, I guess. But those were not full things. They were like partial boxes I kind of put together. But the majority are double digits. There was one I had 83. Found a crematorium tag. Magic coins. I don't have magic coins listed, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was in one box, 2 of them. This is 5. 6, 7. I found 7 magic coins. I actually had 7.5 because one box had 1.5 magic coin. Hey, Jimmy. Yeah, Nifsies are on quarters. The reason I always flip all my quarters over to the front to look at the mint marks is because the one time it looked like a normal quarter, I flipped it and I was like, wait a minute, that says S. I'm like, but it's not a proof. I'm like, how is it not a proof, but it's an S? So I started looking into it, and that's when I found out that there were NIFSI San Franciscos. So not all San Franciscos are proofs. So you can have proof San Franciscos and also NIFSI San Franciscos. So there are NIFSI quarters. Like I said, I didn't know that until just this year when I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, average about half of a W a box. And I know that's pretty high compared to most people. But yeah, my NIFSI quarter or my NIFSI halves are just crazy. Hey, Jimmy. Found this one tonight in my hunt. Never found a 26 except for nickels. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I keep nice stuff. I have this of things that are like nicer ones. Like this one here is a 2005. This one, 2008. I also keep, nice halves like a 98. I always look to see if they're like upgraders or not. This one is like a 73 nickel. These are all out of circulation rolls. But, things like that, it's like, Another half. I just got to go through them and find my albums, and not sure why I have a V nickel in there. Must have had a reason for some reason, because there's another one. I think because they're 1912s, and 1912s are maybe harder ones. I can't remember. See, a 99, but it's not super old. Usually I don't keep them older ones unless they're... where is it? Here's another pile of them. Pretty nice 64. Too bad it's not the D over D. 1970. I think this was one. To San Francisco, or 67. Pretty good looking. pretty decent 62. So I do find nice ones, I keep them. Or if it's kind of like, I might need that one, I'm not sure. Don't know why I have 264 sitting out. Anyway. I had 64s and forgot why I separated them. I also have just kind of random stuff sitting out that I've never put away, like I got that one. It's a holograph. It's like a gold plated and then holographic on the arch. Some cool stuff like Balboa. Some gold plated. They don't come through on camera very well, but this one it's kind of weird because if you look at it, it looks like it's almost like a reverse proof in like regular light, like looking at it on camera, it doesn't really show up. But in real life, the background looks frosted and this looks shiny. But then the back, you can see that there's like a ring that's frosted. But it was just like, yeah, that's kind of cool. And some other foreign ones. This one was like a gold-plated one. This one was a really nice Canadian one. It's a newer, it's 2018, but it was like, is that a proof? And I weighed it, but it's not because the proofs are silver. And then I had a Honduran. That's another couple that I found. Tonight I found the 5 pence and another Canadian. So yeah, I have all kinds of random stuff sometimes. But that's about it. Thank you again, everybody. 15 new members, $12 in super chats. The members were donated. And I also had some of those gifts, the ones that are jewel gifts, some of those. So, not a collector, but yeah. It's one of those that sometimes it's like I watch things, it's like I'm not a, whatever, I don't follow it, it's just I like watching it. Like there's a watch repair guy I like watching. It's like I'm not a watch repair person, but it's cool to watch. Or a painting restoring. There's a guy I like watching does that. I'm not a painter. The background of my Dad Hunts Coins logo is a painting I did. But well, tonight's was Cherry Float, 0, Coke. This is my list I have. The Cherry Coke Zero Float is good, but the Pepsi Zero Cherry Cream is better. This one, the Tropical Lime, is actually the original Baja Taco Bell. They just call it Tropical Lime now. And this Cabo Citrus, to me, tastes like a cactus cooler, which is not around everywhere. It's more of a Southwest pop. But, yeah. That's what you meant. Yeah, I know. I know what you meant. But I guess it's time. I finished my dimes. Need to wash my hands. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 orders to fill. Some of them are the giveaways. But I will be opening the last box I have right now is on for Thursday for 74 deeds. Monday, I don't know what I'll do. I'll probably just open a box of quarters, just, hang out. But I don't have any more until at least Wednesday when I get my regular pickup. And hopefully the banks were able to order more, because I told them, I said, I need like minimum of 4 nickels per pickup. I said, I need nickels more than halves. Halves is just kind of a fun thing I do. But nickels is the one that I do on my live stream. So they're like, oh, okay, we'll try to get it. I said, 4 minimum. So we'll see. I said, I know you can never get them, but if you ever get pennies, I'll take as many as you get. She said, we might be able to order them. I said, well, if you're able to order them, great. And then even my credit union was only able to give me 1 this last time, so usually they have 2 or 3. But at one point I had 10 boxes, and since then I haven't been able to keep that stock in. It just keeps coming down and down and down and down. Hey, Shannon Bailey? Shane Bailey, sorry. Saw the EB and it looked like an EN. Or an ON. But so right now I have, I think Monday I'll just do quarters. So Thursday I have a box of nickels. You can see the finds from tonight. Right there. Kind of a crazy one. The other night we had 2024s. But tonight we only had 18. So between the 2 boxes, almost a full roll. Haven't found a proof for a while. The 39 was a regular, not a semi-key. And we did find a 26 tonight. So anyway, I've got more rounds I've got to get put on the website. And right now I counted them up and I have 50 different ones available for 1 ounce rounds and probably 20 5-ounce rounds. So other than that, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I was just kind of That is true, Turner Forte. Yeah, the other night it was 20. Tonight it's 18. I was hoping at the halfway point. Nope, only 48. At the halfway point we had 9 2024, so we ended up staying on pace, but the 2024 rolls, probably, I haven't looked at prices. These are all, of course, out of circulation, so of course they're not going to be worth as much, but they are lower mintage, so they're always going to be worth more. People are always going to want them. Just like 09 dimes. Yeah, they made 95 million, but like the year before and the year after, they made like $1 billion. So when you have 1/10 of the amount, it's always going to be something that's just worth more. Yeah, I got this last 9 box I just finished tonight. I had 2 foreigns, a silver, 3 09s, and a 2026. First one I've ever found. At first I thought it was a foreign because it wasn't a regular looking dime. And it's a 2026. First one I found in the wild. I don't have anything except for that one. The only ones I have are 2026 nickels. Not ones from the hunts, but I have some that were given to me. But yeah, there you go. Thank you. Have a nice night. We will see you Thursday, hopefully, 5:30 Mountain, for another box of nickels for 74 deeds. And Monday I'll probably open some quarters because I got 3 boxes of those. So I'll just open quarters for just kind of a hangout night. So until then, have fun. Thanks for watching.